everybody, how's it going? Hopefully everyone was having a great day or starting a new day. Let's see if we have some people or not. Anyone's with us, drop a comment in the chat so we know. We will be resuming the... Hey Andre, how's it going? How's the music? Is it too loud? Is my voice needs to be at least a little bit louder than the music, so it's not like overpowering. So tell me if you can hear the music, if it's good, or if it's low or what. All good. All right. If it's too overpowering, let me know. Because from song to song, it'll probably change. So, all right, let's get started. So, in the last episode of the live stream from day before yesterday, we got started. We built this much of the scene. And now we're going to continue populating this. It's good to get a nice basing just so you're aware how much needs to be built. So the first thing I think I'm going to do today is like probably set up some of the cameras. So once the camera is good and the camera is locked in, I'm going to make sure that we only populate from the camera's perspective. So let's get started. So the first thing, just for those that are not aware, we have two characters. One's going to be here, the other one's going to be deep in the forest here, and we're trying to set up some kind of relationship between the two with the camera, and then create a wide establishing shot, and then the following shots are just gonna happen here in this area, so we're not too worried about the far away stuff. So let's create a new level sequence in the cinematics folder, teaser, forest. Let's make a new cinematic level sequence. I'm gonna call it shot 01. Then save it. Open it. Bro, use the sequencers. This like the ones that are already in there. If you want me to, I thought you didn't want to show the characters too much, because once I load them, the characters will pop into place, I think. Maybe they will actually error out because I deleted them from the level. Let's see. So let's open up this level sequence. Alright. I mean this camera and this camera. These are the older cameras. Cameras are blocked, no problem. Let's hide this cube. Okay, so what I'm going to do, the music is a bit too loud for me, so I'm going to lower it for me and increase it for you guys. So I lowered it a little bit. I'm going to increase it under. Tell me if it goes back to the same level. I'm going to boost it a tiny bit up. Is it back to what it was for you, or is it too low? Because I just need enough volume for me in the background, but I don't want it to be like so loud that I can't think. And I also don't want it to be too loud. Music is good. Okay. I also need to see if you get some time under, if you can search online like streaming friendly, copyright free music, but kind of like that tunes shit, you know, like just like nice music. I just found like some random Spotify playlist. I want like nice epic music, but it has to be stream friendly, because otherwise it YouTube flags it in the copyright. So see if you get some time, we can find some, send a link, we'll probably test it out. But in the meantime, let's see these cameras we have here. Visible. Alright. So we have her. Gets a shot, falls down. Right, but these are the older cameras. These are not the ones that you have, but like, I'm not worried about her. Okay, this sounds, it's good, bro. Okay. Yeah, I'm not worried about what she's doing. To me, it's the, like, I know where her position is. I need to know where the opening establishing shot will be. Then we also have to sync up the newer set of cameras that you have into this project as like a new sequence maybe. So don't override the existing one, maybe like make a new sequence on your end and push that, and in the next stream I can pull that down to have, once I start working in the area where she's going to be in, I'll need to see what the cameras are and what her position is to plant things by hand. But yeah, for now I'm just gonna make a new sequence and do the wide shot. I need to know what the wide shot camera is, because that will help me make the vegetation only in that area, otherwise it's gonna get too heavy. So let's open up this empty sequence. We are going to add our camera inside of this. So we have two cameras. One is this wide one, the other is this tight one. So let's use the wide one. Add. And let's change the name for sanity. LS shot 1 cine camera. And then possess that. I'm gonna move the sequence out of here so we can frame this. Just saying, hey, I like what you're doing, this is cool. Hey, thanks, Will. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Where are you in the world? Are you on the east side, west side? All right, let's see. So, Andre, I think before we were thinking like this kind of camera, like it's flying over the forest and then you see her there, like just as a little thing that catches your attention through lighting or something, and then we get close to that and then you see different things happening there and whatnot. But as I was mentioning, the problem is if you're flying in from this area, you're gonna have to build not only the entire forest from this area, which, I mean, it's extra work for no reason, and then you also have to have the fog cards work from this direction, and then you're gonna have to make the fog cards work from this direction as well when you're looking back that way. So since we are all 100% gonna look this way anyways, it makes more sense to have the camera on this side. So you could still be further away and the camera's just flying like this, so you see the forest. Maybe like the forest is just like receding like that, and the back all can be procedural PCG shit, but you still get to see her, and then everything is still from the same camera perspective. So that's the idea. Maybe like bring in from the sky and then establish kind of like that or something. So you're setting up, because we're entering from her dreams essentially. She's having a flashback moment, so the camera needs to establish the world, establish her relationship to the forest, so we're aware of the directionality of things. And then the camera doesn't have to get too close. It could be like, let's say this high basically. So that's the idea. So I'm gonna start putting keyframes. My sequencer is off screen. Can't fit everything in this 1080p screen. Alright. Let's try some camera angles. See what works. Andre, do you have any idea of how long you want this opening shot to be? Because it could be long, it could be short, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Because the camera can move based on that. Doesn't need to be such a high angle. The camera can emerge from the grass, starting from a spot already close to the top of the foliage. I thought you wanted an establishing shot. No, you said like a wide, epic, establishing, coming down, showcasing where we are, that it's a alien landscape. Let me know either way, however you want to do it. I think like a establisher would be nice. So you're seeing the thing, you're coming down on it. Maybe a little bit longer, so like 200 frames maybe. Well, you can just say it here. So I'm gonna have to run Discord in the background. I'm trying to minimize the number of applications I'm running simultaneously. Just tell me what you're thinking. See, yeah, something like this would be nice, I think. But again, your call is fine also. Like, I know that you might not have animations, maybe that's the reason why you're thinking, but again, you can just have her crouching on the floor doing something. If it's like a crouching position, you won't even know what it is that's happening. I think something like this would be nice. And then it cuts to a close-up where she then gets up. Yeah. Give me 5 minutes, I have it. Okay, cool. I'm gonna populate that area in the meantime while you're doing your thing. I think this area needs to get populated anyways, regardless. Actually, the other thing is these things are too saturated, so let's work on desaturating this. colors are too strong on these alien plants. Although you want to like see them from far away, don't want it to be like an obvious fluorescent blue. So I'm gonna desaturate it a little bit. Color tint. Enable basic color control. Root color. There we go. Saturation. I don't think this is working. For those that aren't aware, these are the plants from the KK Design Sci-Fi Jungle Biome Pack. It is working a little bit, I guess. It's not taking out all of the blue. Oh, I see. Root color is different. Let's see. Saturation 1, saturation 0. I see. So it affects each one differently. Like this guy here gets desaturated for some reason. Might have to give them different materials altogether. Alright. Also, unlike last time, this time I am probably, because last time basically the stream crashed because the GPU crashed, my old PC froze up. So this time I might have the same thing happen. As you can see, every time it takes too long, I have a feeling it's gonna crash. So I will come back if the stream just lags or pauses. I'm just restarting my computer in the back. I didn't even know that YouTube allows for something like that, where you could just go in and like disconnect and reconnect, and it will just continue the video, which is awesome. So I don't have to worry about like, oh, the stream just got cut halfway through. So just as a warning, in case I do crash, that might be the reason. Alright, come on, save. I have a feeling I'm running too many things. Although I closed all my processes, I turned everything off. You're working on Houdini, I'll stay here, cool. But what was the 5 minutes you needed? Are you framing a camera? Because I need to know the camera first. We need to discuss and lock that in. So that way we can start working from the camera's perspective. I think something like this would be better to showcase her and the forest, and then next shot is just the closer up where she goes, huh, and then you see the guy and the guy doing his thing down there. So let me know if this is good to you. Again, she's down there. Just gonna turn the cube on so it's easier to see where she is. Solving the question. All right, sounds good. You do that. We'll come back to these RGB color leaves. It's weird because I feel like they're shifting through. You can see the UVs aren't tracking completely. So I'm not sure if this material here, fern bush one, let's make our own fern bush Indy. Let's assign that to you. Okay, that's the blueprint. Select that. Assign the Indy material. Save. The moment it saves, it's going to change from the pink to this for some reason. This is the level instance, maybe that's why. If I find the asset itself, and let's just drop that in here to see. Yeah, this one is actually fine. There's this blue version. And if I pick this one, then give it my texture, just this one, go inside, let's do desaturation, see if that works. No. Okay, let's turn the wind off for now. Okay, wind is off. Deadness, dead color, dust, emissive. Oh, I see, it's emissive, that's why. It means like if it's nighttime, it would actually glow as well. That is what we don't want. So you don't want to desaturate the base color albedo, you want to turn the emissive off. So if I do, let's turn the lighting off for a second. That's right, it is glowing. These are emissives. That's why they're so saturated bright. All of the, even the red ones down here. Yeah. Interesting. Alright, so in that case, let's go back to the thing, turn it on. This and emissive. Forwarded. I know you sent that shot before, Andre, but it doesn't show her. It's just a shot of like landscape. Then when you just cut to her, it just makes it feel like we don't know where she's located. So the shot still needs to showcase her. Like I like the second shot where it's like a side view of the forest and her. Maybe that could be the opening if you want, where you're still seeing a relationship between her position and the forest. So for those of you that can't see, let me open this up here. Take a, how did you get the video copy message link? And then paste. Mm-hmm. Let's do the first in my way and the second in your idea. I think this can be good. So first one meaning the top of the forest. But that's what I mean. If I'm building the top of the forest, I want to build it in a way where it's not, you don't have to turn a bunch of things off when you're looking at it straight on, you know? So like the side view, for example, if I'm building from the side view, all the fog cards, all the 2D planes that I'm making. So let's see, for the people that can't see, what he's suggesting is the girl is here where the cube is. So he's suggesting like a side shot here, and the forest line just goes this way all the way till the end. So it's a separation between her and the forest. So that shot I like, where that could be the opening if you want, where it's like coming down from the cloud and then you just see this. But all the fog and all of that I'm placing will be from this point of view. Then when you're going into this view here, like you have to go in and manually turn everything off and then turn everything on from this view, so that everything looks correct when you see the shot of him coming from that side. There's something to keep in mind. Same thing with the flyby shot. The one that you have is flying this way on top, which means that you have to create an entire set of forest that is not just PCG generated general thing. It's like hand placed and looks correct and looks like it's a good composition from this angle as well. So I personally think you should pick the side, because right now we're increasing the overall workload to not only have the forest look good from this angle, but then turn all of that off for the side view and then have it look good for this angle, then turn all of that off and make it look good for this angle. That's what I mean. Because if it's just PCG, like it's not a problem. Like you can just select all the assets and have all of it here and then fly a camera over it. That's not the big deal. It's the hand placing of things where it feels like it's created rather than generated through PCG. That's what I think. So if anything, the shot that I did here, which is this I can do in a side shot. So this same motion, but instead the camera's on the side looking like it is looking in your reference here, basically. This kind of an angle. And then if you need that first shot, you can definitely add that at the end, but maybe do that in a separate area, like which is not this area, because you just want to see like top of forest, right? So you don't want to like undo the work here. That top of the forest shot you could get anywhere else in the forest too. So let's move this camera to the side shot. So this one's gonna be something like that, and up, and then the final frame is something like that. So the cube is where she is, basically. What do you think? And you can adjust it. We just need like a rough boundary to know how much we're seeing on each camera side, basically. And then you can always add, just copy paste sections. If it's too short and you want to add more on either side. So let me just duplicate this big guy. Which level is he in? Geotrees. I'm just gonna go ahead and duplicate it. Let's actually find the asset itself instead of picking everything, because that'll be lighter. We don't want all of the stuff. We just want the base. Large tree. Click OK. Move it to LGO trees. And then scale it up. And go back in the camera. Create like a rough line basically of the forest. This is the good part of having assets like this, so you can really use the same asset but create an entire lineup without making it look like it's the same repeated asset. You can also scale it slightly as it's going in Z depth to exaggerate the Z depth itself. So as it's going by, you scale it to increase the speed at which it's getting smaller basically, which makes it look like it's fading faster. And then we have another one which is I think the same one. Let's find this one. Browse. That was trunk 2. This is trunk 1. Make sure we're roughly in the same neighborhood, and then do the same thing. Because it's a different asset, it's actually slightly different, so you can intertwine the two to increase the visual density of the area and have structures that are like really standing up and out to make it look like it's not just going in a horizontal direction but also in a vertical direction. So something like that. And now let's see again. What do you think? Let me make that cube visible again. So it's hard to know right now. There we go. Let me know what you think. Does it kind of mimic the side shot that you have? I think it looks cool. You have her in like the 1/3. So let's turn the thing on. Good. So let's place her further down. So for those that don't know, you can find frame borders, like a grid of 3x3, and then a couple more inside of this little box here. And then, oops, sorry, wrong button. And then you can turn it on and off if you're trying to place place your characters at specific compositionally beautiful spots of your frame. The other thing is also moving the camera a little bit slowly, because if you move it too fast, everything's going to be motion blurred. So I'm going to make it 240 for now, which is 10 seconds, but you can change it. In editing, you can make it faster or slower. With cameras, the other thing you could do, instead of having the entire thing be linear motion, meaning the camera is always rotating down at the same speed, and you spend a longer time in the sky area, which is just nothing, and you want to spend more time actually seeing the ground. Victor G, how's it going? What you can do is pick the frame when the camera is showing more of the thing you want to see. Let's say in our case the sky, which is here, 155. Then put a keyframe here, and then just drag this keyframe up ahead a little. So the camera will accelerate a little bit faster in the area when it's coming down, and then you'll get a longer time for the area that actually makes sense. And then the other important thing I would say, whenever you're animating cameras, especially I like to do this, the camera should never start animating when your shot is starting. It should always be moving when the shot begins. Kind of like when you're editing a shot, like they will never be like, all right, and action, and then right the moment the director says action, they put that camera, they put that in the actual edit in the final thing. No, they have a little bit of buffer space when the camera starts accelerating, and then the editor chops that chunk out from the start and the end, and you see the camera in motion the whole time. So by default, Unreal sets the interpolation for your keyframes. Actually also realized that I was showing that other previous tip with the sequencer not being visible inside of the screen. So give me a second, it's auto saving in the background. I hate that when it does that. It is a blessing because it actually saves sometimes and comes in handy. Let me show you the tip before that I was showing. So as I was mentioning, if the camera is spending a longer time in the sky area like here, and you want to have it spend more time in the ground area, which is more important, you can just go forward and pick a frame when it's more visible like this, and then set a keyframe, and then move the keyframe a little bit up ahead. So this way the camera will come down faster, but then spend longer time on the ground, basically here. And the other thing that I was saying is interpolation. So with the fact that when the shot starts, your camera should already be moving rather than picking up speed. By default, Unreal Engine sets the interpolation to cubic auto. You don't want that usually. So you should always set it to linear for the first and last keyframe, meaning when the shot starts, the camera is already in motion. It's not like if I was to go back and set this to auto, now the camera will start moving slowly as if someone said action just at that moment. So personally, it's a bit too jarring whenever people make really nice environments, but then their cameras are doing this. It just takes me personally out of the experience. So the other thing to keep in mind is also, if you have a linear at the start and a linear at the end, any keyframe you put in between will also be linear. Now that is something you don't want, because the camera will do like a steppy linear movement, so it will be like kind of like robotic. It will be like it just moves in like jerky motions like that. So any in between keyframes, you should try and keep that to auto. So now the shot looks something like this. So it comes down faster, and then it spends more time on the ground. So the motion blur is not too intense. You can maybe move it a tiny bit this way. Something like that. Cool. Cool. All right. So let's save. Then we are going to, once it is saved, keep populating that forest line just to take it back in space that way. This is trunk large 1. Just rotate it, scale it, find new angles with it that don't look like the other angles so that it looks a little bit unique. And keep pushing further back on the left so less and less of the forest is visible the further you go that way, basically. So maybe something like that. I'll copy that is going up a little. Maybe it's like reaching out or something. That'll be cool. So it's like little tendrils that stick out, and what you can do is put a fog element right behind these kind of tendrils, and that will really silhouette them against the fog, and that way it will actually look nice. It will look like a hand almost. Once we get the fog in, this environment's gonna look like fog cards. I mean, this environment's gonna look so much different. Alright, so I think this is a respectable amount of distance. I don't think you're gonna need anything past that, and if there is, you just cover that up with fog. And again, if you were to see from the non-camera perspective, you'll see a lot of them are really far away from each other. Kind of like that. So you don't really have to populate all of it. You could just populate what is needed instead, which is way better. So let's go back to the camera. This way we also know that we don't have to populate things here on the left. However, I'm thinking of moving the camera a tiny bit. So we do see the entrance area that we're building, which is here. We have this little nook that we're opening up. And then there's a bit more work that we'll do here because the guy has to walk out of here at one point. So maybe if we're doing all that work, might as well show all that to the audience. So in this shot here, what I'm gonna do is just move the camera. See how much playroom we have. Something like that. And then it's like reciting, so it's not just coming down top to bottom. It's also following the arc of the background mountain. So it's like the edge of the background mountain here, it's like taller. So you're like rolling off of that downwards this way. So instead of, if you go back, so these are like little tips when you're like doing camera work. If you have a natural composition in your scene, something like this, you could bring the camera down this way straight, which is good, it's not bad. Or if you already have mountains that are going down in your shot like this, and your camera is also going along the line of it, it's visually a little bit more like pleasing aesthetically. So the camera is like following the arc of the mountain as it's going down, basically. Something to keep in mind, little things like that. And that also allows us to show more of the entrance area here, so it's not cropped off. Oh, I think that looks much better. Cool. So let's call that shot done for now. Other than this, we're gonna have another shot. So let's open up the sequence again. So what I like to do also whenever you're working with sequences is to always, if you have different shots, try not to work with all of the things in the same sequence. So let's say if I have this camera here and this is all great and I'm happy with it. Let's say you even have people in here and they were like moving around. If you need, you can change the position of the cube up with the character. No, that's fine. It's all good. Let's just use that as an anchor for now. Yeah, so let's say if you have characters in you have their animation tracks, and you did a bunch of hand changes and a lot of things like that by hand that takes forever to do. Imagine the tons of layers that you'll have, and then different cameras that you'll have after this one lined up. The problem with that kind of approach animating in Unreal Engine is that leads to the fact that if you change one thing, where you're changing something in this first shot, you're like, maybe I want to move the camera this way, I want to make it shorter or longer or something. Every single thing that's further down the line, you have to move all of those keyframes to, which is not a good way of doing animation in Unreal Engine. So the best way to do this is creating master sequences and adding one shot per sequence. So this shot is done, so I'll just go find where this is inside of my thing here. Then let's say instead of making another, I'll just do Control D to duplicate that to make the second shot, and give it a second as it saves and hope it doesn't crash. And then once I have these two, then I will just make a new one, level sequence, ls underscore master, and then open up master, and then pick these two, drag them in, and then they become subsequences. Obviously they both made a shot track, you just want one, so you can delete the other one, and then you can zoom out and bring the second one after. So let's bring the second one, and then just move that one behind this one. So this way both the shots are separated out, so anytime you have to make any changes, you don't have to worry about the fact that this is going to affect that. If you want to make the shot longer, more like in length, or shorter, doesn't matter. All of that can be changed much easily this way, and they're not going to affect each other. So something to keep in mind. What you could also do, I believe, is, well, I mean, I guess the shot track was automatically made. I think you could also line them up. Let's see. Yeah, you could do this basically, so you don't have to make a separate second shot track with every shot, because that'll take too much space. But you can even blend the shots from one to the other. So if you have two different shots, they can be blended by dragging them into each other, which is sometimes useful, not always, but it's there if you need it. So that's how I personally like to animate. So now I'll just go in, change the shot to, and then I can watch both of them in an edit essentially. So let's go back into shot 2, and then for shot 2 let's make a camera as well. So I'm going to duplicate this one, make sure the naming has just camera actor. Here it says shot 2. You can actually take the name off entirely, you don't have to say cine camera actor. That way whenever you duplicate it, automatically versions up for you. There you go. So for shot 2, you just replace this. So let's delete, we don't need this. Let's drag in shot 2, then bind shot 2 onto this. Get that out of the way. And now let's set up the next shot, which would be well, technically it's not shot 2, it's just a shot of him. So I just want to see how much of this is visible from, let's say, whenever we do like over the shoulder shots. So this is good because we have enough coverage now on the back end. to make sure we can like move the camera around a little bit if need be. Same thing when she falls down on the ground. You can look sideways this way as well, or maybe do it this way. She's falling down this way, so you do see the forest a little bit in the back as well. So let's see if this was my shot 2. Now if I go back to my master sequence, so it's nested in here. So instead of trying to find, be like, oh shit, where did it go? You can just click on this here, go back into the master. And then when you are in here, to watch the particular camera, because right now you're possessing this shot 2 camera, like you can move it around. You don't want, like, you want to see now what each shot looks like from that particular shot's camera. So you press Shift C, that locks the camera to the whatever, like the viewport to whatever camera is present, and then you can just watch. Just like that. Cool. So everything's good. Let's go back and start populating from this camera perspective. I'm just browsing with the content browser off screen on the side. Let's pick up these guys. These are nice and big. Make sure everything is going in the right level. Geometries, that's good. If at any point, if you have your sequencer open, you just want to go back to the shot camera, the shortcut is Shift C. So you can just quickly see from the shots camera where it is in terms of size and all of that. So it's a bit too big. Also try to maybe like grow some on the vine. That's why hand placing this stuff is nicer instead of just copy pasting it and PCGing it. The really small stuff you can set deck later, so try to get like the larger shapes in first. This guy. Also, I believe in the last thing I mentioned the arc ball rotate, which is being able to freely rotate using the little circle here. It's very hard to see. There's a circle around, like a faint circle around the entire base of the tree. That's the arc ball. It's way easier to rotate these kind of objects doing that instead of rotating each axis by hand, which would take forever. Alright, let's place these in prominent positions so they're easily visible. Whenever you're placing some on the actual branch itself, maybe try like scaling them down, because that will make the parent branch, like this curving twisting one, it will make it look huge. Almost looks like just little things that came out of it, basically. So I'm just trying to define the silhouette here now. Of the stuff that's going to be visible against the fog. To find this guy here. These mushroom type ones are really nice. Makes it really look like alien landscape. But you want to populate them kind of like that, where they're all clustered. You don't want to have them all going in the same, in different areas, like randomly. Try to keep like these kind of clusters growing to showcase there's like a burst of them in one area. You can also do like uneven scale sometimes. It works with some assets, not with all assets. And from certain point of views it will work. Like with this one it works. Kind of makes it look like longer, stretchier branches that are sticking out. And then always make sure everything is nanite so that you're getting the fastest speed possible. Otherwise it's gonna lag a little. But the only thing that we don't have nanite here is the landscape. Landscapes have options, so if you select landscape and go down, there's an option enable nanite and build data. You have to click that. I've tried twice with this particular landscape because it's so massive. It's like just genuinely freaking huge. Like you can see how massive that is. It has to convert all of that into nanite and turn that all into like streaming triangles. Always crashes for some reason. But yeah, if you were able to do it, I would highly recommend doing it. If you're not getting any crazy bugs and stuff. Alright, let's grab some of the other trees. These spiky boys. I'm gonna delete this easy fog for now. Evil tree. Once you make like a nice set like this, where they're all separated out and they kind of sort of work, you can just duplicate the entire thing instead of having to do each one by hand. So take the whole thing, duplicate. It's so crazy that Unreal even lets you duplicate things this fast. Like it just blows my mind. I can just like move these things and they're lit and animated, and some of these are even like moving with the wind and whatnot, while like me manipulating this. Like that's just crazy that we take it for granted. Like, it still blows my mind coming from like Maya, where it's like if you try to just light Maya viewport like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it will just be a big deal. But now all of that is just there for the taking. So I'm going to scale these up a little to get the gaps to fill up, basically. So you can start seeing like these really small fine details, which give you a visual indication, like this really small branches here to make it look like it's actually believable large trunk. Because otherwise, if you have a trunk this massive growing, it's not just going to grow by itself. So you do want the silhouette to be broken up by like smaller high frequency details, basically. You don't want it that big. It's big enough to be part of it, but not too big to be distracting. And then one more time. Always rotate, otherwise you're gonna get repetition like crazy. It's like a mix of like dying stuff, but also alive stuff. Where's those other alive ones? Let's drop those in. These guys. So let's select just these guys. Take a look at them. Now, once you start adding stuff like this, and it's hard to see at a distance, what I like to do is I usually create this lighting. Give me a second. I change the lighting a little to make it a little bit better to see what I'm doing, even though it's not going to be the final lighting. So what I would do is just create a spotlight. And then make it really big. Basically, outer core angle Inner core, outer core, and then make it super long. Source length. Oh, not source length. Attenuation radius. And then increase the intensity of it. Where it starts to kind of simulate like a sunbeam coming through. Even though that's not the lighting we're going for, it's just to see visually what's going on. So increase that. And set this to 1000 maybe. So you see a little bit of light in there, so you're like, okay, I see what's happening. Then go back and see from the sun camera perspective. Kind of like that. And then you can obviously add a bunch of these. Make sure to change the level. I'm gonna add another one here. When you do stuff like that, it really catches nice attention to areas. Make it a little bit brighter maybe. So if I turn this off now, just gives a little bit of definition to what's going on. But again, yeah, we can always change that and make it better. Make the outer angle smaller, inner angle smaller. Yeah, something like that. All right. Wow, an hour went by and didn't even realize it. Just like that. It just got started. I just made this and it's like an hour gone already. That's why I like these night sessions, except for all the bright lights that are in the room right now. It's like I like to keep it dark with just minimal lighting, but then you guys can't see me. Oh, nice music. Some nice Blade Runner vibes. Let's listen to that. I gotta insert all these other instruments. Just that opening part was so nice. By the way, the music is by Carl Casey. New Regime. I want music like this under if you're there. It's like distant, echoey, far away. I wish Arthur was here. Arthur would be really good at this stuff. Yeah. What time is it where he is? Let's see. He's in let's see. Time. Yeah, it's like 6 a.m. What's the time in France? Yeah, it's like 6 a.m. in France. I think maybe towards the end, like, because I still have like 2 hours to go, he should be waking up. Alright. Let's go back to populating this. Also, when you're populating stuff like these trees and stuff, when you're coming out of like a larger structure like this, try to like scale them smaller. Ideally, try to find models that make it look like they're younger saplings, but scaling them also works sometimes to make it look like it's naturally, gradually getting smaller. The newer trees are smaller in size, they're further out, growing by themselves. And they squish them sometimes. Just one axis. Very Evangelist-like from Blade Runner. Gonna like that. Add to like songs. Alright, let's try to shape a little bit with some fog cards to see how much we can see. So I'm gonna make a new level for the fog. Call it L_fog. Save. Add that to our main level. Under lighting. And then we're using the easy fog. Just there. Oh yeah, I actually have the other fog too. I turned it off because I was trying to see through. Let's turn that back on to see what this looks like. Ultra dynamic sky. Go down into fog. Volumetric fog, and then render global volumetric material. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm happy you're here, man. You're in Toronto too, right? Jordan. I think you're in Toronto. So I think we're at the same time. Late night. Okay, the fog is a bit too intense. Let's just turn it off for now. We'll tweak that at the end. Let's add this one. Easy fog. Easy fog blueprint. Drag and drop. Really good plugin. Highly recommend. I was in Toronto. So yeah, well, you didn't name your ID like that. But yeah, I remember. So you're not in Toronto anymore? You moved? 45 minutes away. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like downtown Toronto either. I'm like in North York, so it's still an hour away from downtown, so to speak. But how's life, man? It's been a while since we caught up. Closer to Niagara Falls. Nice. What have you been working on lately? I see you were trying. Was that you or someone else? The AI stuff? Was it you trying out the AI stuff? Or was it someone else? Geometry fading distance. Fade it up. And then change the color to match the blue of the sky. Working for a company in LA building gaming platform. Nice, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. VFX industry has been hit like crazy lately. I feel like with all the layoffs, especially when MPC went down, the entire studio just closed. Big into AI. I'm trying to get some AI workflow right now. I'm struggling hard. Been like 2 days spinning wheels. Yeah, I've been playing around with it too, but nothing like a proper solid workflow as of now. Just trying to see where it's everything going. I feel like it's one of those things. I was talking with Andre too. It's like you try to learn any kind of workflow and you're like, okay, this is how we're gonna do this, and then they're gonna release a new tool, and then the new tool is just crazy in terms of like changing the entire workflow, and now you're like back to redoing everything. But I guess that's the name of the game at this point, because all this AI shit has been evolving like crazy. Yeah, 100%. It's like, even with comfy, like I try to play around with it a little bit and try to do a bit of the comfy stuff, and it just, all the nodes that I've been using, it's like, okay, these are outdated, we have new set of nodes, and I'm like, god damn, it's like, and then there are those paid websites, but my god, I feel like all of these paid AI websites are just taking advantage of the fact that it's all like a slot machine. So at the end of the day, you're just gonna like keep pulling onto it in hopes of, oh, the next version will be the best one. But I don't think that's the right way. Again, I was chatting with Andre. I was saying like we definitely need more control at some point. It shouldn't just be like slot machine type of behavior where it's like, yeah, keep pulling until you get something. So I feel like Comfy is slightly better with that kind of stuff instead of these websites that don't offer any kind of control. But the quality on Comfy is not as good as the AI websites that are out there. But I think it'll get there slowly over time. Alright. Let's do the speed on this. So slow down the speed. 0.1, 0.2, 0.1. 0.15. Create a first mind frame. Yeah, I mean, I would even be happy if they did what Comfy's doing, where it's like they just let people plug in their 3D renders, their own videos, them working with other actors, filming them, and then converting that into AI stories. I feel like it should be more of that in general, like giving that kind of control. But they know that if they do that, it's just gonna end up hurting them, because their slot machine's no longer slot machine. It's like fixed, and you can just get what you want instead of hoping it gives you what you want. It's like basic things like camera control and adding all of these like actual cameras, not like pan left, pan right, dolly right, like actually letting you handle a camera in there. They know that they could do all this stuff, but I feel like they intentionally don't do it. Putting artists first. and filling those needs will be the ticket to AI really integrating into viable production pipeline. Yeah, 100%. I think if they eliminate the Russian roulette feel to it, studios would accept it. But man, did you guys see? I just saw this today. Disney suing Midjourney. I was like, damn, they're coming for it. So, Disney and Universal are both tag teaming to take down Midjourney. Look at this. Over Star Wars and Despicable Me, I believe. Disney and Universal prominent blah blah blah. Sued Midjourney AI generator, tens of millions registered. 110-page lawsuit contends Midjourney helped itself to countless copyrighted works to train its software, which allows people to create images and sued videos. Which actually, by the way, they just dropped Midjourney videos. Search by past 24 hours. Absolutely, yeah. But I think they added some video control or something just now. I just saw like one video somebody made on Twitter. But anyways, yeah. So they're being sued. I don't know how it'll go. Maybe they'll just like kind of do what ChatGPT tried to do, where like people were just going crazy with the Ghibli stuff, and they just turned that off for the time being to let the smoke settle. But now you can go back and just ask for Ghibli again. And I feel like that's what Midjourney is gonna do, or they're gonna be like, okay, fine, we'll take off everything Disney related, like all the names and all of that. They're gonna ask. Open lawsuits, yeah. Well, this is the big one that I know of. What's the other lawsuits that are going? It's the only one that I know of. But yeah, I feel like they're gonna just stop users from entering those words. But then it's like one of those things where, like, yeah, you won't say I need Mario, but you're just gonna be like, give me an Italian plumber wearing red and blue, you know, and it will just give you this, like, give me a princess that has white hair, blue dress, blue eyes, surrounded by an ice castle. Like people find ways around it, even though you're not explicitly saying Frozen Elsa. AI music, yeah, music is its own whole thing. Yeah, so they got buzz. Anyways, I saw this today and I was like, it's crazy. Because Midjourney is pretty big too. It's not like they're nobodies, but obviously not as big as Disney and Universal combined. But yeah. Alright. Let's go back to camera perspective. does it have opacity? Fog density. Use atmosphere color. Let's find a better one. So I'm just dragging different shapes from Easy Fog. Nice one. Let's make it 0.25 on the normals, so you get a little bit of light contribution, and then base color set to 1. Make sure fog is also 1.1, just a tiny bit more opaque. Then I think you can change the direction to the other side. So instead of going this way, you're going the other way. That's kind of cool. Just do that. Fog should probably be leaking out of here, so that. Now you see from the front perspective, see what that looks like. Okay, as long as it doesn't break, which is good. Alright. Now, with the PCG stuff, it's going to take some time to set up. Let's use the PCG that came with this. So, we are going to go find the blueprint for the jungle. See if they have PCG. I think they have. There we go. Blueprints. PCG excluder, PCG jungle floating. Let's just try these. Change the level to geo trees. And then let's drag the Floating jungle. Oh, this is just... Where is the jungle? Sometimes, just to make sure, whenever you have large objects like an HDRI backdrop, or in this case ultra dynamic sky, sometimes you might have the sky sphere. They might be like these really big like spherical shapes that might have collision on. So a lot of times you might be doing something like a physics drop tool, or in this case like PCG to drop assets onto the ground or something, and you might realize why it's not working. I don't know if this is that case, but I'm just saying in general, it might be because your sky sphere actually has collision on. So even though you're trying to spawn maybe trees or something, you might be spawning that outside above the sky sphere. So might have to turn the collision off on that. This one, because it's not my PCG, I didn't build it. I don't know what the settings are to make it work. This is the sci-fi jungle biome pack from KK Designs. So it does have... Oh, there you go. Oh, that's cool. Cool if there were like floating rocks like that. Just showcase that in sci-fi. You like that, Andre, or no? You want to have floating rocks? And have like spotlights hit them or something. Might be cool, but if it's too weird, then maybe not. Let's find those spotlights. Actually, you can add a second directional light, even though Ultra Sky already has one inside of it. I know, but I'm asking, what do you think about floating rocks? Do you want to have them? Do you not want to have them? Do you like it? Do you not like it? We're going for alien landscape. Avatar. Yeah. Alright. Let's see if this is an option to just be on the ground. Primary max float altitude. If I make both of these the same, then they're all at the same level, which means I can use them as landscape actually. And have like a bunch of cliffs that are just sticking around maybe. Primary offset. Is this the offset to the ground? If I push this down, no, it's probably PCG, so it's gonna try and avoid landscape in general so it doesn't clip through the ground. Damn it. I was really hoping. I was really hoping could have used that to have like a bit of the forest have like tiny clips that are just sticking out here and there. Unfortunately not. Density. Anyways, alright, delete. Next is BP PCG jungle mountain covering. Jungle mountain covering. Let's see. Global density 0.05. What is this? What is this? It's the thing with some of these PCG. You don't even know if they're working or they're just primary normal threshold. Let's go inside to see what's happening. Construction script, set box extend. PCG radius is connected to the box. Go inside, we got PCG. And inside of this, we have the actual PCG graph. Let's see what's happening in here. World array hit query. Surface sampler, normal to density. Density filter, get actor property. Use point neighborhood is deprecated, maybe that's why it's not working. Attribute noise, density filter. Creates points, transforms points, static mesh spawner, what is it spawning? Jungle pine, hollow tree, and broadleaf. I see, so it's for spawning trees, I guess. Then it spawns secondary meshes. What does this one spawn? Bush. Interesting. Yeah, so because PCG is updated so fast, sometimes you might actually end up running out of like functioning nodes because they might be deprecated like this. Might have to switch it for the new nodes that they create that are better than the previous ones, but that also means your PCG breaks sometimes. I am not sure what the deal is for this one. At the end of the day, we could just build our own PCG, but if the author has already made one, it might be better. The other thing to do is also, instead of testing it at this level where there are more variables where it might or might not work, it's actually better to open up the author's level and then place these new PCG into that level. So let's do that. Gonna open up sci-fi jungle, search by level. An example jungle level. Alright, give it a second. While it loads, I'll just do a quick break and I'll be right back in a minute or two. See you guys in a second. Just gonna grab some water. Alrighty, we're back and this level is open. So let's see what all kinds of PCGs we have. So we obviously have this guy, which is the giant floating rocks. Let's turn some of these off one by one so we can just break each one down and see what's happening. So we toggle the sky off, post-process off, lighting we need, fogs, and then H-lots are off, PCG. So we got the floating, PCG floating, which doesn't seem to be controlling these guys. Jungle nature, jungle rocks, or partition, environment controller. Interesting, that's cool. So he made his own weather pattern and everything. That's cool. So turn that off as well. Just turn all of these off. Turn that off. And then so these are excluders. So it's stopping other things from spawning onto this. So what is this by itself? That's just a blueprint that he's made that you can find. Instant static meshes. Because if I could grab these but draw my own map instead of using his, that might be actually much more useful. So let's see. So if I turn these back on, PCG stamp 1, this is, I see, so he has converted them from the connected PCG to static meshes, which allows them to be slightly faster so that the PCG is not calculating it every second. Okay. Then we got the PCG jungle. Turn on that. Which is this. So that just spawns the trees. Yeah, so it's just a bunch of collection of trees. And then turn on this, which is the big boys. So if I keep this on and turn that off, that just spawns cliffs, basically mini cliffs with bushes on top, and these stacks, which is basically the those rocks but upside down. This thing combined with that one, and that's just rocks. So if I browse to the PCG, try and place a new one just to see. This is supposed to be the road PCG. The other thing is he might also have excluders that are set up to not spawn outside. Like I see this green one over here. So maybe let's do this instead. Let's make a new L_temp. I like doing this for most of my projects, just creating a blank temp level. And then save selected, open that up, and then give it a second. So it's a blank empty level with no problems, so things should be good by themselves. Then go into environment light mixer, create skylight, direction light, atmosphere, volumetric, cloud height, fog. So you got your basics in order. Then create a plane, drop it, reset it, set it to 500, press F, and then drag a cube. Cool, so now we have roughly the size. Actually, we can also drop a mannequin, so go back to content and search find mannequin, and set the type to skeletal mesh, and then grab our little manny over here, delete the cube, set him to 0, and save. Now we have our playground. Let's go back to the PCGs just to make sure everything is working. We got our floating rocks. Change the radius just to make the PCG update. And it doesn't. Troubleshoot. This is what Unreal Engine is. I feel like not even half, more than half the time. Why is it not working? It's like we just saw those rocks work in the other level. Actually, in this case, we do have a sky sphere, so maybe just keep all of that out of the box and delete. So we only have a light, a PCG actor, and a plane. Alright. This way there is no chance of anything going wrong. So let's see. Why do we not have... delete. Bring in the floating again. Increase the radius. Density. I literally have no idea. We just made the rock spawn in the other one. If anyone knows a solution, please tell me, because I am just at a loss of words. It was working in the other level. I literally dragged and dropped the exact same blueprint, and now it's like, not doing that. Not spawning. About this one. Same thing with this. It spawn after you click, because the default PCG I have, the one that I built, just runs automatically as it's in the world. The one that I built for the Blooms of Arachnis, or the houses. Even that took me like a week to set up because of literally every single troubleshoot error that would pop up. Yeah, no idea. It has really nice features, like there's undergrowth, there's swamps, larger structures, each biome control, how much you want to clear things, what kind of trees, density of those trees. This is actually pretty good, if only you can make it work. And then the rocks, I feel like should have been that simple thing that makes everything go round, but sadly not. Let's try again. Reset. Press F. PCG clean jungle foliage. PCG jungle foliage. Well, we tried. We tried all the solutions. Probably have to offline this later. For now, let's just go back to our level. Don't save. Better than trying around in this forever. My off time, I'll try and figure out why that's not working. Probably even shoot a message to the creator in case the nodes that he's using are deprecated, if he has an update to the setup. Anywho, we're back here. We were looking for PCGs. Let's use the one that was already in here. So that one is in here. BP spline. Yes, sir. PCG forest. There were a couple of these. If I go to content and search by blueprint class, cinematics, easy fog, there's a whole bunch in his project, and then the ones in ultra dynamic sky. But inside the BP spline, let's try to add our own PCG. So we add PCG, and then in here we can pick. So open up the content drawer. Where did it go? Reset my view back. Node layout, small stream. So back here we have our PCG set up, selected. Inside of it, go and pick the one that exists in this particular level, which is environment, new PCG, forest. Drag and drop, compile, and save. I'm gonna switch this song. Compile. See if we got some action. BB spline. Edit PCG, generate, go inside, get spline data, projection on the landscape, get landscape data. Do they have to be within the same level for it to function? Because if that's the case, then that makes sense. Mesh spawner, it's got these spawns. It should work. Force regen. Alright, let's try this. Delete, drag. Have all of this, then generate this in the landscape layer, so move to selected. No, I feel like there's something else in the level. It should have worked with the temp level that we had. I thought that usually, like I said, the sky sphere is the one that actually interrupts the creation of PCG, but that wasn't the case. So now we might be here trying to sort this out. Let's delete all of this. Go back to our temp level with the mani. Save. Delete that. So we only have the most minimum amount of stuff that's needed. Now we drag in our PCG. Then open it up. Inside, make sure we have a spline. We have a PCG, which is activated. Generation is on load. Then PCG forest. Usually when you clean up and generate, it fixes it. Okay. Time to watch a tutorial together, guys. This is what it's come to. Let's pause this. Let's see. PCG tutorial introduction. Five point 5. All right.
What is up everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video we are going to explore what is PCG in Unreal 5.5. Enabling the PCG framework plugins in this Unreal 5.5. So over here I have created an empty Unreal project, and let's start with enabling the plugins first. So go to edit and plugins, search for PCG, and you will find these plugins over here. You will find that these plugins are experimental because these are introduced in 5.5. So let us just enable all of them, and then we will have a look into the features of PCG. So we'll mainly focus on the procedural content generation framework, which is currently in beta stage. So I'm just gonna take all of these. So PCG works with Niagara as well now. It's in empty level folder called this C. Click and I'll create a new folder, instance, and PCG builder settings. Firstly, we'll just explore what is in the PCG graph itself. So click on. Okay, I'll just open this up and you'll find a new window for PCG itself. Let us take a quick look at the interface for the PCG graph. In the center, you will find the graph itself with two default nodes, which is an input node and an output node. On the left hand side, you will find different nodes which can be used in the graph, and you will be using most of them to make the graph more functional. You will find that all of these nodes over here have been subdivided in different types. So blueprint node, we have control flow nodes, the debug nodes, density, filter, generic, and a lot more. On the right hand side, we have the settings or the details panel. So the PCG sample details has been listed right over here. If we just drag and get the PCG sample and let us reset its location, you will find that it has a default scale of 25 by 25 by 10. In Unreal Engine, one Unreal unit is equals to 1 centimeter. So if you have 25 units, that means it is 25 centimeter.
I'm the one who set up the graph. It's configured to spawn on the terrains. If it doesn't find it, probably just no, it doesn't spawn anything. I deleted the original ones that were in there because I know it was working then, but it's not working now. But it was also weird because I made the rocks spawn in the level, and then I tried to do that in a temp level and it just wouldn't do it.
Of width.
So I don't know if I have to restart my engine. Actually, I should just do that just in case anyways. I've set up the PCG for the buildings that I could export out of Luminara, but that's different than this one because this one is more organic. Plus I want to learn PCG in general anyway, so it's a good exercise in learning. Alright, let's open up the thing again.
25 centimeter of breadth and 10 centimeter of height over here. Also, you will find that this is just looking like a volume, a default trigger volume, trigger box. And yes, it is. Because if you look at the details panel, you'll find it has a brush component over here, and we have a PCG component attached to this volume. If you look in the component, you'll find in the instance we have our graph attached automatically. If you click on the sample and hit generate, you'll find nothing is happening because we are not using any of the nodes in PCG yet. So let us start exploring with some of the basic nodes that you will be using for creating PCG. So the first node that we are going to explore is one of the sampler nodes. So if you just type sampler, you'll find we have different kinds of sampler nodes. We have copy points, we have mesh sampler, sample texture, select points, spline sampler, surface sampler, and volume sampler. We will be exploring surface sampler for the start. So just click on it and you'll find in the settings we have few settings for the sampler. By default, we'll not be using the input or output nodes. What we will be using over here is the landscape data node. So right click and search for get landscape data. So this will by default take the input for this bounding box as the landscape. So I am using the empty level over here, and if you are using any other level, make sure when you create a landscape, you should be having the edit layers to be set to true. Okay, let's open this up. So this will automatically get the landscape data, and you find we have a surface node. So the surface to sample with points, it is defined as. So we have the landscape data. If you expand this, we have more data for the landscape to work with, but we just use the default data that we are getting from the landscape inside of this bounding box. So the bounding shape is just the box itself. We are not changing anything over here. So the subtype you find here is point, spline, landscape spline. So currently it's just a bounding box for us. So now let's hit save, and if I come over here and let me search the PCG sample, and you'll also find when you drag and drop the PCG sample, the PCG world actor will be automatically created. Right, so if I hit it right now, well, you are using the component, but nothing is happening over here because we are not visualizing it, we are not debugging it. So for that, you have to enable the debugging. So you will find the debug boolean over here. Set this to true, or from here, right click, you can enable this, or you can press D as a shortcut. I'll just put this right over here so that we can visualize.
Yeah, just the basic minimum should work. Why did I open the main level? I should open the temp level. Alright, so what they are doing is just drag and drop the PCG itself, reset it, and then open it up, get landscape data, surface sampler, then debug and save. That's what I mean. Why is it not showing up?
And you will be using.
He's on a landscape itself. I'm not, which is why it's looking for landscape. But I don't have landscape. So let's add one. Let's delete this plane, create landscape. Use the default. Sure, create. And then it works. So it does need landscape in order to activate something that is landscape based, which makes sense. So now with this working, if I now go back to our level, delete this once it's done loading, cool, delete, save, open the overview level, and then drag and drop this and see if it works, and hopefully UDS doesn't clash with it. lets the PCG spawn. It should let the PCG spawn because I used the Luminar project where I built the city with PCG and it was spawning with Ultra Dynamic Sky. So it was working. So let's try PCG Indy, drag and drop, say okay, cool. So that is spawning. Great. Delete PCG forest. Not spawning because that's looking for a spline. With a spline, select this. Make the spline. Oh, I see. So it just needed a large enough space in order to spawn. Because the gap is too high between the 2 points. So it's like waiting to spawn. So this one's working. That's great. This is the spline. Let's delete. Now, if that's working, what is making the guys thing not work? So go back to Sci-Fi Jungle. Let's put the music back on. Find his PCG. Blueprints. Jungle floating. So it doesn't automatically generate, but we just generated those floating blocks. So what could be the reason for that? Sometimes altering the values makes things spawn. Yeah, see, right now this spawned. If I delete it and bring it back again, don't change anything, just save. And then only click this, it spawns. Okay, great. Now I'm gonna take jungle mountain covering, which doesn't automatically spawn. I go into the PCG and click generate. I don't know if it's thinking and waiting to generate or if it's just not doing anything. Let's try PCG jungle nature. Do you convert this mesh to 99? No, I haven't. It's still the original landscape. And the fact that his rock spawned but this doesn't makes me wonder if it has something to do with the PCG that he has set up. Because I want to utilize it, because look at how many options it has, like sub biome A, biome B. You can pick the density of each one of the trees. So you can really do it. Now let's try and hit this button. Wait for it. Change this to unlit in case we're not seeing it. Let's debug this one. PCG generate foliage, so that just runs the generate function. Cleanup runs the cleanup function, so that's good. Construction script, get world location, set actor location. Okay, this cleanup, generate. Open that up. Oh my lord. Yeah, this is gonna be a long solution. Wow. Man spent a long time building this whole thing. I have like each biome has its own. See if we can. Did you post something? Just send me on Discord. Let's debug. Get active property, set points per square meter, point extents, make attribute, and then seed goes into the seed. No, I haven't converted to nanite. Landscape, battlefield, PCG settings, online. No, it's none of these things. It's just like the PCG that you have is not working. That's not the problem. But that one has very simple rules. This one spawns way more detailed PCG. Like you can see inside of here, he's made like crazy amounts of things. Each one is like similar in terms there's density filter determining how the PCG is spread. Then you transform those points, move, scale, rotate. Then you do a bunch more things to them. But like each section is not as complex. It just takes time to go through and see what's going where. But I feel like it'll be a better investment in time to use this, because then you can just go in and switch out the trees that he has, or the rocks that he has, or the vegetation that he has, anything. And that will allow you to iterate through the forest faster than using the existing PCG that we have, which would just spawn points here and there, you know, without having any of these complex rules. So it'd be a good exercise in just learning PCG in general and making it work, I guess. But obviously it's not as nice, I guess, visually, because you're just sitting here reading each node and seeing what it's doing. Not to mention he also has the blueprint connected to variables on the outside. So it could be any one of these variables too, where he's literally creating variables here and then pulling them into the PCG script down here in the graph itself to let the user decide how much each one of the parameters should be. So get actor property points per square meter. So that's something that we have inside of this PCG jungle nature. Just the density. Oh, it generated for some reason. So the debug is working, which is great. So if the debug is working, I turn the debug off. The plants don't spawn, so the debug is working at least, so that's a good thing. It's a good sign. So we got our points. Okay. Then you have an excluder. In case there is an excluder, it's doing the exclusion. We don't care about it. Project on other surfaces. Get actors property. World ray hit query. Projection. So if you have like other random objects in the scene, it's gonna put it on top of those as well, I'm assuming. So if I have a shape, sphere, and then I drop the sphere in here, make it big. And then hit the button again. PCG. Generate. So it does change and update. Maybe not using objects. So I don't know what project on other surfaces is. Get actor property. Actor's location. Ray origin. That's where the origin happens for the projection of the rays. Projection target is surface, all the surfaces. Difference. Oh, I see. I have to debug further down the line and then not debug this. And then if I save, and then if I add shapes, sphere, scale it up, go back to my PCG, and then say generate. Interesting. Spawn only on jungle landscape layer. That node has a warning. Oh yeah. What is the warning? Input data does not have attribute or property called jungle. Oh, I see. Cool. Actually, you know what? Why are we doing this? The guy literally has a breakdown for how to use on his channel. Lol. Let's do that. Here we go. So maybe it's on his page as an unlisted link. Sci-fi jungle demonstration. Is that it? I thought he had more. Okay, so it's just showing turn off all the PCG project settings. What does that say? Why is it so low res? Am I getting a null error? Even YouTube's giving error. Instead of just increasing the quality to 1080, it's like, no. Sorry, can't do. Watch it in 360. Okay, it's turning on Lumen. What is that? Windows platform. Turn on SM6, DirectX 12. Enable Nanite. I think SM6 is already enabled in your project. Platforms, Windows, SM6, DirectX 12. What else? Virtual textures needs to be enabled. Engine rendering, that's it, right? I can't see on my end, Andre. Can you check it on your end, this video? So hard YouTube's bugging out too. I can't even increase the quality on this, but I think he's enabling virtual texture. Enable virtual texture support, I think it says. Let's see if you have it on in yours. Virtual texture is not enabled. Okay, restart. Not that it'll make a difference with what we're doing, but still. Oh, where's this document? Damn, he made a full-on thing. Document page. Wow. So dedicated. Alright. FAQs and everything. Alright. So, example level is empty. What can I do? Example level is using PCG to scatter the assets. I need to enable PCG first. RVT. In order to use RVT, you need to enable virtual texture. Alright. Yeah. Virtual texture is on in the project. Visual effects drop quality. Example level contains actors called PCG stamp that are merged versions of those PCGs. In order to edit them, you need to first delete the PCG stamps. Then, yeah, okay, that part we know. What it means is, in practice, is that most of the textures are already tweaked to support streaming, and the materials also have support for that. It's possible to use runtime virtual texturing that helps blend landscape data with other assets and will also help optimize the material complexity. If you want to use enable, yeah, that part is there. I can open up his level and make the changes there. That's fine. I'm trying to see if he has explained if you are working with your own level, because I mean, most people will. They're not going to work in his level. They will make their own levels and bring his stuff into it. So just to see what it is that's causing that jungle layer. Where's that jungle layer? The pack comes with pre-made assets, pre-made sets of various assets that form layer structures. You can find them in the geometry anime has. This allows you to easily add different sets into the levels. We'll also that I know, like pack level actors. I use pack level actors instead of blueprints. Blueprint systems in the packs are built as efficient as possible, but in reality this will always introduce some overhead, even though most functions will output instant meshes and try to limit draw calls as low as possible. There are still some fundamental limitations when it comes to blueprints. Optimal situations would be to calculate everything offline, store that in a disk, this way reduce the runtime cost. In order to understand these limitations, it would be a good idea to get an overall picture of the system where system is running a function in the construction script that will use various methods to understand surrounding geometry. Usually this means using line tracing to find locations, then it will pass that data into generate functions that will generate HISMs to batch draw calls. That's why a library of pre-made packed level actors would be more optimal and would work better with PCG. Because PCG graphs are usually assigned in blueprint as component, means that it's possible to use blueprint variables to draw that component. That's why most PCG blueprints will be inside of OK. It's important to understand the relationship between different systems. This helps to understand what system will be the main driver of this will be used. Usually PCGs are using a landscape system to get the data. That's why landscape is the main driver. Alright, most of the PCG system in the pack also looks for a landscape layer. Large form is on power level. They will also split the game area, provide a nice way to better upload, use larger structures, compress on pack level actors. These systems will be the only connectors. We don't want PCG scattering on top of these. Cool. Now we get the actual PCG part, smaller rocks that form local islands that will split the open area more. In this case we use BP Jungle Rock PCG blueprint. This will scatter the pack level actors that will then split into instant static mesh. I'm sorry I'm yawning so much, it's like friggin' 1:30 in the night. I'm just reading walls of text. It is also scattered. In this case we don't want Last part is to scatter the actual nature. Yeah, that's what we want, the BP jungle nature. That's the blueprint. We're using this. This will try to find the empty space that is left and scatter foliage. Alright. Our hierarchy is looking like this. Landscape goes into assemblies, goes into excluders, goes into PCG islands. I see. I see. PCG systems are used in either, meaning it can be calculated offline. Okay, so first you need PCGs are usually using point clouds. It also means the complexity is usually related to the actual size of the point cloud and the resolution. PCG can also use multiple point clouds, so lowering these factors can help make generation faster. Okay, that's the setting that you see in optimizations. Instead of using one large PCG blueprint, you can make smaller ones. In a level, you need to understand that all of the assets are stored under that actor. You can select the PCG actor and then select the actual PCG component in the details panel. Then you want 3 buttons. This is all splines. Hello, Pranjal. How's it going? Time is it there? 1:30, so 12:30, 11:30, 10:30. Night is young for you, brother. Just going through documentation for PCG. This is all about rain, grass. Alright, let's try this now. I don't even know if it's gonna help, but we'll see. Oh, BGM, I didn't even see background music. Thank you. These are some random Spotify playlist I found that's just playing in the background. That's copyright free for streaming. Alright, levels, temp, no, not temp. Let's open his level. Let's go to his level example. Actually, I should make a copy of it so I can delete things in it. Let's try that. What are you working on, Pranjal? Sorry, the level's just opening in the background. Alright. Gonna make a duplicate of the level. These are gonna load because the virtual texturing was enabled after. Oh my god, it's gonna compile all the shaders that has RVT enabled. Cooking some man style stuff. Good stuff, man. Good stuff, man. WAN man. You're the WAN man now. I really wish that WAN pushes its quality higher. I feel like that is the way to go forward. Moving on the full precision model takes ages in my system. All engage. You can use the Pixel Innovation ones. No? Just log on to that, use that machine. The second one, I think the first one Michael's using. But yeah, I want WAN to take over in terms of quality, like just visual quality. It should just feel crisp. If it does that, like forget about all these websites. I feel like it's so much better to do it that way. Have a camera, do the acting, frame it, move the camera how you want. I think that is the ultimate way to go forward. But sadly, or from what I've seen so far, you tell me if I'm wrong, the crispiness of the visual of the video is not as much as like Kling has, for example. Even with the runway and VO2, the same shot, the same opening image, you turn it into a video, the video just feels more mushier. I feel like Kling's quality just looks the cleanest, where it's like actual high fidelity 1080p, versus if you see the 1080p results from these other ones, like Runway even has an option to upscale to 4K, but if you see it, it's not really like adding anything. It's just doing like a shitty sharpen on the background. Alright, so this is done compiling the shaders. I'm just gonna duplicate this. Maps. Duplicate. I can't get duplicate. What in? It's like every time with Unreal there's like one problem, another problem. Look at this shit. I can't rename or duplicate because I think it's part of revision control. Okay, can I duplicate now? No. It's like just straight up can't duplicate. Sorry. Get out of here. Like I can't even press Control D. Alright, let's make a copy in my level then. Copy. It's probably gonna die. Kill my GPU. Yep, it's lagging. Everything's gonna crash now. Come on, please don't crash. I'm just trying to copy a level. It's like the simplest thing ever. It should not be this complex. Just trying to copy a level. It's doing it on a second screen. The load copying bar. Come on, come on. Almost there, almost there. There we go. Alright, so example level jungle, let's call it jungle Indy. Yeah, Andre, I feel like adding this layer of check-in, check-out with part force just makes things even slower. It is great in terms of having multiple people collaborate on the same thing, but it's like every time you do anything, it has to like think 10 times before. I've just been drawing shit. I had a pencil on mine. Drawing shit. Whenever Unreal does this kind of shit where I'm just waiting for it to do something, I just start drawing up here. Are you still awake, Andre, or are you gone now? But you fell asleep on your chair. All that coffee did not help you. Oh my god, Unreal. It's a pain in my ass to do anything. It's like always waiting for fucking loading bars. Any single action you do, you gotta wait. Thank God I can draw. Saving assets. Sorry for anyone who's watching. There's literally nothing I can do. My system is frozen until Unreal's done saving the entire level. So I'm just drawing. Anybody has any requests for drawing, let me know. I suck at it, but I'll try my best. Oh, there you go, crashed. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Literally just trying to copy a level, make a duplicate of it. Stuff like this, I feel like takes away from the creativity and the flow state. It's just waiting for loading bars. Alright. Round 2. Let's see if it worked. Oh, it did not rename. Oh, it did rename. It made 2 copies now. There's 2 levels. Great. Cool. See you, Prancho. Bye-bye. Alright, we got our own level open, so we can just do whatever we want in here. Delete things. Resizing texture pools. Alright, you do that. So let's delete the PCG stamps that he made and see what can we do to make our own. Going to PCG, floating, create. Alright, that works. This is good. People need to see this process. Yeah, honestly, thank you for saying that. Like when I made that whole Blooms of Arachnis trailer, it's like 5 minutes of work for 3 months, and I would say like 60% is just technical shit like this. Like, why is it not working? Why is it? It's not creative. Where it's like, wow, it's the fog. Art direct the fog. Art direct the lighting. It's not. It's just this shit. It's like, I'm trying to move PCG. Why are you not updating? And then just reading forums and reading people's replies, and someone's like, there's a button in the bottom corner, just press that button and it becomes, everything's beautiful again. And I'm like, well, that's what we wanted. So I thank you for sticking around through the shitty parts. Alright, so we cleaned that. Why is the landscape still broken? Look at this shit. This is what I mean. It's like there's supposed to be landscape here, and it's not even there, or whatever. Alright, so we have all of this landscape data. Oh, I see, it's part of the world partition. That's why it's not loaded things on that side, because he has broken the entire thing into world partition cells. So you literally have to do this, I bet. Windows, world partition, editor. Yeah, that's why you're in this little area. So let's see if I can use his PCG now. Just close all of this. Close all of that. Find the PCG. Those are the floating ones. Jungle nature. Look at this shit. They're just trying to work is preparing 63 shaders. Oh my god. Alright. So I'm gonna adjust this. And then say generate. Okay, so it is generating. It is working in his level. But when I drag this PCG into my level, it doesn't work. And I am not sure why. Hlog core content assemblies BP rock jungle cliff. So this is something he mentioned in his documents. He said bring in the assemblies first, then bring in the PCG for nature, and then the rocks one. Because if I try to do this, Andre, you can just comment on the main one. And you'll see the warning's not there. Yeah, I know the warning's not there because we're in his level. I know that. Also comment on the chat so people can also see the solution. Otherwise they won't know what we're talking about because they can't see the Discord. But yeah, of course it works because he has built this level, so it works in here. I know that. I'm trying to know why when I drag this exact same PCG blueprint into mine and I hit generate, it doesn't work. So the reason for that is what I'm trying to know. So if I move this stuff here just to test it again, wait for the lag, go back, select, and then go generate, it will go through and run all of those tasks. This doesn't happen in ours, like in the other level, which it should. And in his document he mentioned, where did the document go? So in here, level have attribute. This attribute is not on your level. Yeah, so how do you do that? What's the way to put the attribute? See here it says where is it? Our hierarchy is looking like this. You need a landscape layer because that's what's needed for everything else. Then you need an assembly. Then you need the excluders. Then the PCG islands. And then the PCG nature. If I take a landscape and drop directly PCG nature, it doesn't work in my case. So you see this automatically update. So what it is that it's doing, maybe it's a tag. Is it a tag called Jungle. Oh my god, this music. Relax, buddy. You want something calm. It's like 2 in the night. Fucking death metal. I really need like peaceful music at night to focus. I can't do this one. It's like people headbanging in the background. Tyrell Corporation. I have high hopes for this to be a good track. Alright, back to work. So if I open up this guy's thing in his level, and then we go inside, PCG Jungle, and then open that up, go through this noodle fast. Like, I know that there are no errors here. Okay, so let's try this. Let's just open our level, because why not? So I'm gonna go to levels and then L10. We can save all of these changes and give it a second with our blank landscape. Okay, so now we have our landscape. This is our landscape. We will add his PCG, blueprints, controller environments. Okay, not there. PCG, blueprints. Okay. Now, when I drag PCG Jungle Nature, okay, we get the exact same thing. However, when I do this, nothing happens. So we open this up to find that error. We go inside again, we double click this, and there is error here. Spawn only on jungle landscape. Oh wait. Oh my god, I think I know why. I need to open up his level again. I think his landscape itself has a layer in it called jungle, which says where jungle can be based on when he painted that information. So if I go to landscape, I 100% bet there's a layer here called jungle. No, 2 layers. Layer 1, layer 2. Yeah, right there, my boy. This is the thing. The material contains rock, swamp, jungle, and shore. This layer here tells PCG if you find a material. It's like the music kicked up because we found the solution. The material tells PCG this part of the landscape has this material, so you can only spawn in here. With our landscape, we don't have that material, so we just have to assign these layers. We have to make these layers and assign these layer infos to them. So if I go there, I have all of these landscape layers. I should be able going to add them into my landscape. But this brings a new problem, which is our landscape already has landscape layers and its own materials. So it's not that we have to bring his jungle landscape and all of this into ours, because that'll change the look of our landscape. We have to turn off that functionality, so no matter what material is assigned to the landscape, wherever I draw the spline, drop your shit in there. That's the idea. Alright, so now we at least know. So we go back to our level, a nice and simple level. Save, don't save. Alright, and now we open up this guy, go inside, and then turn that shit off. So can I just turn it off? Can I just say enabled is off? And then so, and then compile, and then generate. I am a genius. Literal fucking genius, buddy. Look at that shit. Look at that shit, Andre. What did I tell you? It's way better to use his PCG setup. Look at this, so beautiful. Now let's look into this again. Other than this, there is this as well. What are we doing down here? Another biome, I'm assuming. So we're gonna turn this off as well. And turn this swamp off as well. So we don't care about swamp, we don't care about jungle. We don't care about jungle. Now, if I save, compile, and then do it again, clean, and spawn. Ho ho ho. Look at that shit. Beautiful. Let's clean up, save, go back to our level again. Are you ready now? Finally, back to building instead of troubleshooting. This level is so heavy at this point. We haven't even added anything in it and it's already heavy enough to open. Imagine when the PCG comes in with like 1 billion assets. there. You can almost hear the music distorting. That's my GPU struggling to stream, play music, and do Unreal Engine at the same time. Alright. Cool. We can delete all of this. We can also delete the PCG box. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time to put PCG to the test. So we are gonna go to the PCGs, jungle nature, drag it. Actually, we're gonna change all of it, make our own versions and variants to this. So we're gonna call jungle nature Indy, and we'll change the PCG graph inside as well. Let's place it in. Is there two trees? What's in this one? Nothing. I'm gonna rename this to PCG. Second. Alright, we got PCG. Select that. Add the nature Indy. Open that up. In here, change the PCG as well. Call it nature Indy. Add that to this blueprint so that everything is custom and we're not changing the original. Compile. Save. Close. And open this up. Cool. Now, time to see if it still works. Details, please work. Thank God. Awesome. Cool. Let's make this larger. Does that actually scale them? Optimization. Let's see if it actually spawns outside of this. Clean up and spawn. Oh, it does. Perfect. Now let's turn off the sunlight. Back to our moody moods. Now, since we are never ever gonna see any of this stuff on the ground. It makes more sense to turn all of that off in the name of speed. So what we're gonna do is sub-biome density. Actually, let's go to the PCG, find a thing called biome A, and then see just what it spawns so we don't have to guess by changing the values and then visually seeing what turns on and off. So we can just go in here and then just look at it. So it's this polyp. Okay. What else is spawning? It's the polyp. And then that's the polyp here as well. Okay, biome B has the jungle cover flower. Same thing here. Okay, clearing has rocks. 3 types of rocks. And then secondary rocks. Okay. So, to turn all of this stuff off. We will reduce the density here to 0. Biome B density to 0. Large structure density undergrown. What's in the underground? Let's see quickly. Underground. Underground. What are we spawning? Big leaf bush. Okay, you might want that. Right, so let's just try this. Clear. And then spawn. Okay, all of this colorful stuff is still here. Sticks density, of course we don't want sticks. We don't want spores. Underground foliage density we don't want. Clean up. And then again. Alright, still here. Swamp tree density. Large structure density. Clearing density. Let's increase the clearing. I gotta find where these blue and red guys are coming from, because I can kill them. Pine. No. Let's open it up again. Let's just find this static spawner. Leaf. Mesh selector. Okay. Mesh selector weighted, tool entries, long leaf. That's long leaf. This one. Okay, so the red stuff is also part of long leaf. So let's go back. Long leaf density 0. Clean up spawn. Okay, let's just set small tree to 0, large structure to 0, everything to 0, don't care. Clearing 0. Anything that has density automatically 0. Else. I feel like these actually grow with it. It's part of the mesh instance, which is why it's spawning, I think. So we're gonna remove the clearing. Now it's like super dense. Should have some clearing density. Let me see if the place where these guys are spawning. Create attribute. Where do we choose the secondary ones, you know? That's what I wonder. I'm sorry, I'm getting sleepy. It's like 2 a.m. If only I can find these two in here, that'll be the end of the stream. I just have to find them. I need to find these pine and broadleaf meshes and then check if it's just a mesh of the tree by itself, or do they actually have these guys packed in with them. Because if it is, then obviously I'm looking in the wrong place, because everything else is turned to 0, all the densities, and they still spawn. So either the controls are not out here for me to even control that, which I don't think is the case. Maybe these spawn as part of clearing. Could be. I like this guy, you know, it's like spawning by itself. Why? Flat finder. Build bounds for a plane. I see, so this just picks up a point that's flat. It's like a subfunction. Where is the tree coming from? PCG mesh selector by attribute, and the attribute is called mesh. Where is that attribute being set up? Oh boy, not the kind of stuff I feel like you should be looking for at 2 a.m. Some of these have actual meshes just there as part of the fall off, I guess. Maybe this will be the thing that I will set up and create. Sorry, I have allergies. My nose is running. But I think like right here I can see the fin bush that he's spawning. He's spawning it based on the fall off of the points. So as things fall off, there's just bushes around, but there's no control for that, I think. So adding those kind of attributes might be something useful to add into this existing blueprint. So you can just completely turn off these tiny bushes and this red and blue stuff. Rock avoidance foliage. Okay, this might be something. If I disable this, save, and then compile this again, I have a feeling it might turn everything off. Let's see. Oh, it's gonna crash. There are some scattered ones in between, but I think this will maybe I should just turn the static mesh spawners on. Static mesh spawner. That might be a good idea. Turning all these guys on. What's the shortcut for disabling? Let's look up quickly. PCG shortcut disable. E key. That's what I tried. Okay, disable. 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 It's basically like disabling them all. So it just goes back to being points or nothing, basically. Nothing spawns. And then turning one item on at a time to then find out which one it is that's causing those sub ones to show. The ones that are in the base of the trees, the red and the blue color foliage. And that will help me not have them spawn for these really far away shots. I just need the big trees and my own set of trees, the ones that are not part of this blueprint. I can add those instead. And that way I'll have a really nice variation. Sorry guys, if this was not as interesting of a stream. I feel like it was more troubleshooting than I wanted it to be, but as I like it hardcore TV mentioned, this is part of Unreal, the non-pretty side. We're just figuring things out. Alright, I think that's all. So you can also use this find function to quickly find nodes like this. I think we have disabled everything. I hope it doesn't error out. It just simply compiles. And please work, please work, please work. Expected, nothing spawned. Perfect. Now we go back here and we turn one thing at a time. So let's do trees. Okay. We're gonna do choose tree variation. Let's enable this and this. Let's save it. I think I have to save the blueprint. Yes, so I was thinking right. These things are spawning with that attached to them, which is not a good thing, because when you're high up and like doing a shot like this, you just see red and blue. So let's find where these meshes are coming from. Causing them to spawn. It says here mesh selector is by attribute, and the attribute is called mesh. When the template descriptor is empty, there's no elements in here. Okay. So we just go down. If they see anywhere it mentions spawn. Blueprint. I think it creates node override, node title. Cast to PCG, target is the actor, get the owner. Executed in the context, get the component. I have a feeling they're being specified outside. Photoreal. Just trying to see if it's like something I can try. Okay, let's just turn on it. Let's save. Even that one type, it's coming through this one chain here. Where in this chain get active property, tree scale size minimum and maximum, which lets you transform the scale. Then you modify the bounds of it to say how big it is. Prune it to make sure it doesn't spawn on itself. Add attribute noise to the density so it's not uniform. Then debug. And then there's pine density, which just mentions the density is upper bound for the filter. This is to project it onto the ground, find a flat thing like a normal, so the tree is not angled. Up until this point, it's just the math. I am unable to debug on this. Let's see. Tree's not decided at that point. So I need to find. I'm sure some of you guys watching. Oh, brother, I'm gonna rest. Only one out here. Got a lot to. Cool. Sounds good, Andre. Go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep too. Once I find where this tree is being spawned from. So up until here, it's the attribute filter. Density is the filter. Density is the attribute that you're filtering by. Whether you're inside of it or outside. If you're inside, you get this. If you're outside, you get that. But this has to be it that tells it how to pick. Because if I disable this node, let's see, and then run this again, nothing spawns, which is correct, which means that node is the one that decides what to spawn. All level instances, there it is. So it is fine now. I got you. So, do this again. Inside of this, execute blueprint. Execute context, get component, PCG data collection. That way. Break the collection into tag data and cancel. Then the for loop. Then break PCG tag data as data tags pins. Cast. Where's the object? The object is the data. And then target actor set. I think this is where it gets set. Get owner. Follow the outer chain to get the actor that owns this component. I just want to find out how he's telling what to spawn. It's not a part of this. Event graph. There's nothing. No title override. Where is this asset? PCG asset. Blueprint elements. This is part of like the engine. PCG asset. Huh. Track actor tags. Node title. Input and output. There we go. I found you. I think I found you. Please be this. Please be this. Is it? No. Damn it. I thought I found it. Asset info. Enable frequent settings. Like it could, like it is this, but you can't pick it. Is it in here? Please be here. Yes. Yes. I think it is this. Yeah, this is it. Yep, found you. So this is living inside of this level instance folder, and the level is called Alpha Jungle Pine 2, which is the actual asset with the things inside of it. And then there's a PCG setting that is by that name. Interesting. So technically, in theory, I could open these up and just go inside and remove the little things. instead of doing all of this work, I could just go find the tree. I could just find the tree. Hello Sandy, how's it going? How are you doing, buddy? I could find the geometry, models, nature, foliage, jungle, and then just have this guy just spawn directly, you know? If I debug this and disable that, save, and then run this again, you get a bunch of points, which is great. Now we turn off debugging. Inside filter, you do static mesh spawner, and in here you just add mesh entries straight up. You pick this guy, broadleaf. Nah man, I'm just making something small. What a killer, bro. No. There's a big thing. I'm just helping out. Sorry. Broadleaf I have added. Technically this should work. I should save. And now, fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, this should spawn some trees. Yes! Okay, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, to make sure that they don't spawn too large, because their default size is too large. I could transform the points. Let's do that. Transform points before we spawn. And in the transform, you can scale min to maybe 0.5, max to maybe 0.75, save, and then try again. They should be smaller. Okay. Cool. We got a forest. Now we go in, make it even smaller, so maybe 0.3 and 0.5. Save. And then try again. Yay, perfect. This matches the size of our other trees. Cool. And here, can I add another entry? Mesh entries, one more. Insert. Oh. Descriptor. Find this one. Broadleaf 2. Second one. And that is the broadleaf. And then outside we do the exact same thing. Outside filter. Let's disable all of this. And this one is going to be the pine. Select this. Go to mesh entries. We don't need the last one. Same thing here. We don't need the last one. And then change this entry to pine. Pine 1. Pine 1. And then the second one is pine 2. And now we should have everything set up and good to go. Clean up, spawn. Oh my god, finally, took forever. Finally, forest. I almost gave up trying to fix this in the stream, but we got it. Alright, now it's simple. Just create variations with the color. Coconut. Yeah, we need to add more trees. Look at this. Basically make it like this. Super dense, super packed. I have so many tree options. Just have every single one. Coconut, yeah. Yes, select all of these guys and then spawn every single one of them in a variation, and then before you know, we have a big forest with a good variety of trees. So that's pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen. We have successfully come to the end of the stream. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, Sandy, for being here till the end. It is very late. I need to wake up early, so I am going to sleep, but we did a lot today in this stream. We were able to set up the sequencer, which actually was the biggest amount of work. Well, less amount of work. The PCG was the biggest amount of work. So... Can you not hear me? Yeah, so we did the cinematics. Where is it? Cinematics, teaser. Let's add these two favorites. We got the master sequence set up, and we know how our camera is gonna move. So it's gonna start like this. It's gonna be nice. Once you have all the forest done, I'm have your characters in, and lighting will be the biggest thing. Lighting it in a way it's believable. We'll have a nice amount of foliage here on the ground, lots of patches of alien plants, but the main thing is to get the forest set up in the back there. Fix all the lighting, add all the fog. I think it's gonna be good. We at least got the PCG system working in this stream. The one that came with the... I didn't make the whole thing, obviously, as a disclaimer, is from KK Designs, the guy who made the pack. But now we at least have the option to go in and add our own foliage and make all the changes. Coconut. We'll get you your coconut tree. There's actually a tree in here that kind of looks like coconut. This one, you see, but it's small. All right, and yeah. So the next one, we will take a look at customizing the PCG. Hopefully, more creative stuff instead of technical troubleshooting. I spent a majority of the thing just troubleshooting today, but hopefully next time it is less troubleshooting and more creative stuff. I am very, very sleepy, so I am going to sleep before I mess up something in my file. And thank you all for watching till the end. Whoever made it, please hit the like and subscribe buttons to watch more of these world building live streams, because I'm going to be doing this regularly. I'm trying to get it into a schedule, into a routine, so I can do it more regularly, but that's the goal. And I have crazy allergies, so I'm gonna go sleep. Thank you for watching. Sandy, go to sleep. Well, no, it's wake up time in there in India, so have a good day. Anyone else watching, thank you very much, and I'll see you guys in the next one. So until then, have a good day, good morning, good night, and like, share, subscribe, everything. That's it. I have nothing because I'm too sleepy. I gotta go sleep. Bye bye.